Bird in flight and swift in diving for its prey. But the peculiar structure of its body prevents it from making a perfect landing. During the nesting period, great numbers congregate on certain isolated islands. This island alone, more than 6,000 come annually. Some trick of nature, it appears that a perfectly good goose is forced to wear a long beak supporting a fish net.
"10 minutes and seconds, but 10 minutes."
Soon these young will reach adulthood. And like their parents, will lift their heavy bodies from their perches, and after several rapid strokes of their wings, level off in an environment that they are fit.
and the reactive for now. Hello. Where were we? We never speak about. Alright. Where that came from. Actually, don't know. It would have come from the iron. Right. Let's go have a look. Let. Oh. Let. Oh. Is there a limit to how many you can fit in the area? It's not like Valheim where they would stop breeding, is it? Oh my good lord, is that a turtle egg? Look at it! Blue spotted turtle egg. They're kind of cute. I guess we have to wait for him to hatch. That gives me time to eat. What did I get? Chocolate biscuits, because I'm looking after myself now since I've had my gallbladder. Oh. Fresh cup of tea. Ah. Boiling hot fresh cup of tea. You're gonna take a sip though. You can't stop me. Because if I don't take a sip now, my first sip will be while it's lukewarm or stone cold. I always just let it sit there. And then it's too late, and then I don't have a warm cup of tea anymore. And for the calorie, I made myself some hot dogs for dinner. So, do you wait out turtle eggs or do you have to give them something? I suppose if turtles lay them naturally, they must hatch on their own. You normally have to... I mean, maybe it's going to be a few in-game days. I've never seen a turtle hatch before. Honestly, I've never even seen the turtle eggs before. Oh. Hmm. I'll have to come back. I don't know how it works, but... The only thing I think I remember from reading about how to make the water-breathing helmet is that when the baby turtles grow up is when they drop scoot. So you have to hatch them, wait for them to grow up, and then you get the harvest. I guess there's hoppers underneath there somewhere. Alright. We'll amuse ourselves doing something else for a little bit. Bubble. Bubble's going down first. Not ideal. Super picky. Nice. Hot dog. While we rail down. Hey. Mm. I think Red said she's been digging out the mountain for about 6 months now. Oh! I have just been missing chat. I have been completely missing chat because I had my HUD disabled. When I can't get more turtle eggs, pretty much we need heaps of seagrass to breed them. It takes 3 in-game nights, hence why I'm off to get more. Stole the bed from your village. Right. Let me not dawdle around messing about. Sorry. Here I am setting up furnaces and wandering around. I wonder if I turned HUD off. Probably doesn't even show me that you were in bed. Safe on a boat in the middle of the night? All good. Completely dropped the ball on that one though. I just turned my HUD off and I was staring at the turtle eggs eating my hot dog. Had no idea that I was missing all of those messages. But I can still vamp his bed if need be. So, grab a bed. I could wait at your village unless you want to babysit the turtles while I'm gone. That would have been right there. Correct would have been when I was silent for like 10 minutes and then would have just randomly said they'd probably take a few in-game days, don't they? My memory's not that terrible. Sometimes is. Oh, or it might have been about them growing up and dropping Scoot when they turn to adults. Ooh. Or not. As they are born, the Scoot would be picked up by the hoppers. So I was wrong. I've been building the giant mountain rail and stair system for about 3 to 4 months and safe in a boat in the middle of the night. I'm brave. I'm gonna come down to my village while we wait for the morning. Oh, it's almost sunrise. I should be there by morning then. Let's test my skills. Can I hold W and eat a hot dog? That's not that far away from spawn. Hello. That was freaky. Mr. Zombie Villager? You're like a Roman Emperor villager. What on earth are you wearing? What's that? Like a librarian from the Greek era. Hot dogs for breakfast is a weird choice. Technically. Actually, you're right. I got a burger on the way home. Damn it. I was gonna say technically they were dinner, but no, I cheaped out and got a takeout burger on the way back when I was doing all of that messing about at the start of stream. Hold on. $48.62.11. It's a bit further away from my village. That's this way. But you can make breakfast hot dogs. Bacon, onion, bit of egg. Scrambled egg is quite nice with hot dogs. A lot of bamboo. Oh. Bum, bum. Bridge. I didn't make this one. There's a bridge somewhere that I didn't build. Yay. Ooh. Come on. There we go. Did I see the recent Skywind gameplay? No, I haven't. Skywind. Morrowind, Skyrim. Got it. No, I haven't. $44.11. So it is just dead set this way then. That was a fair hike. Is that a swamp tree or something? And 48, 62, negative 11. $48, 62, 7. Okay. Did you miss a number, Red? Because I'm at what you typed. Sorry. Is it 48, 62, negative 48? Negative 1. There. 48, 66, negative. But I thought that. I thought it was weird you grabbed a bed at my village if you then ran in the complete opposite direction for the totals. But I think the cohorts might be missing a number then. What a lovely. The last chord is negative 1196. Alright. We'll just head flat north, shall we? Negative 1196. That's a fair distance away compared to negative 11. How quickly can I make it? The answer is not quick. That's the downside. It might take. I wonder where my village is. I'm probably not going to be able to get there heading straight north because there'll be a ravine in the way. From memory. But maybe I can get around it. Finally beat Barotrauma last Friday night. Can that be beaten? I've only ever seen people do like voiced roleplay in that game, where they play a character in a silly sitcom, basically. I had no idea it was a game that could actually be beaten. I thought it was more like Project Zomboid, where you just kept playing until you eventually died. This man! Welcome in. I've completely forgotten your ESO tag. You preferred that. I forgot. I think we did a boss in Northern Elsewhere last time I logged on. And yes, it has actually been that long since I logged on. I have been missing in action for quite a while. There is a campaign mode and they finished the ending once it left early access 2 months ago. Right. Suppose I should head this way. Suppose I should. Whose bridge is that? Which way is it going? I mean, okay, we know whose bridge it is. The point is, where does it lead to? Hey, look at that. My navigation skills aren't too bad. You just log on for the daily nowadays? I haven't even been doing that. I've only been back in my room for about a week. I made it! Is there a traveling merchant here? I still need a fresh pair of robes. Mine are a little tattered. I got some chickens. I got the chicken seed. Well, grab. Nope. Nope. Eat the chickens and I'll jump in bed. Egg. Egg. Level 25. Oh. Is the so with the Elder Scrolls remakes that are happening at the moment, they've got Sky Oblivion, they've got More Oblivion? I think More Oblivion's another one. Are they all being done by the same team? Oh, eggs now. Start throwing them. We drop some of this off. These cookies are so useless. Right, it's red. Jump up on my roof and find out. Did you sleep at the village, Red? It's all green! Oh! Oh. Probably being done by different teams, but is it all like talking business? Is it like the same parent company? I guess you'd call it an org in this case. This guy and his llamas been detrimental to the... Oh yeah, that just matters, but like, I'm saying though, like, is it headed by the same think tank? There is no modding equivalent for the name of a CEO, but is it just like the same group? Or is it like... You know how Alphabet owns Google, Google owns YouTube? Is there like a cohesive unit overseeing all of them? Or is it completely unaffiliated random groups heading each thing, basically, is my question. They probably know each other and they probably share devs between projects, don't get me wrong. But I'm curious whether or not they have a cohesive unit between them. Because that's a lot of workload to be taking on for the past half a decade to a decade, depending on which project you're following. Red, I don't know where you are. Oh, I got the coordinates. What am I doing waiting around? I can just head off. Where are we heading? So that's 4862 and negative 1000 is where I need to be. Okay, Red's lost. Oh no. Describe your surroundings. Do you see a bridge? The village cowards are negative 370, 64, negative 500. I've got them on the screen now if you want them. XYZ, I'll type them too. So that's negative 378. What did I do? What did I press? What happened to the stream? Oh no. Negative. Can't use numpad. 378. 64. I will write them anyway, because that way you can use, yeah, you can read them in your own game too. And negative 500. Oh! Not only have you got the coordinates, you've got the village. Hello. Well, I'm on top of it, aren't I? We weren't too lost at least. Alright. Bring a bed, we can sleep on the beach. Plan. I want a green bed. I want a green bed. I'll actually have to make it. I know I've got a workbench on me. I can grab it. I'm on the leaky roof. It's okay. Do you need a bed as well? Or have you got one? Ooh. I should have brought some buckets. I'll let you lead the way because I actually don't know where I'm going. Like a puppy. I was like, you lead the way, and I ran off ahead. I don't know where I'm going, but we're just gonna go this way. Off the puppy goes. Checking over their shoulder every 3 seconds to make sure they're not going the wrong way. Alright. You're playing Minecraft as well. Ooh. River. Are you on vanilla as well? Are they being done by different teams? Pretty sure they're just a random group of modders unaffiliated. Alright. It's interesting having so many similarly minded projects going on then. Especially if they are genuinely unaffiliated. Probably! I mean, it's such a muddied question, because even if they started as unaffiliated modding projects, they probably are, at this point, basically sharing code. Sharing artists. Just purely by habit of similar interests and similar intent at this point. Making farms vanilla-ish, you have small mods like Hermitcraft. I don't know what that is. I fell in a hole. Oh no. Oh, there's Red. I can jump in the boat too. Oh, it even hides your name when I turn HUD off. I forgot how fast boats were. Ooh. Do we need kelp? Open. Tropical fish! I've never actually seen the fish themselves before, but they're there. I can't turn my head enough to see them, but they're over there. They're so cute. They're little Nemos. Turtle! Hello, turtle. Do we stare at it? Oh! Of course! How it normally works. You feed it, and then they immediately make babies. Flop. You can stand on them! Oh no. No. I cannot stand on them. Come back! Come back, little turtle! So... I guess we place the beds down and just wait till morning. Hermitcraft is... Oh! Hermitcraft is like a server thing. What are you doing? I think the only server I ever remember joining that wasn't privately hosted was Spiffing Brits. The Spiffing Brits server is the only one I ever remember joining. How do you lure a turtle? What do they eat? Kelp. Kelp. Silly. Of course, I knew that. Let me go get some kelp. Welcome back, Sharp. Dolphin speed! I'm okay. I somehow found a way to swim faster than I was literally when I was a fish. Seagrass, not kelp. Won't say no to kelp. Need some for water elevator. Well, I've got just stuck in a bit. Seagrass needs silk touch too, doesn't it? I wouldn't know seagrass if it hit me in the face. Turtle! Named dolphins would be interesting. Permacraft has a mod that gives you a mini-map and you can place markers on the map. Doesn't Optifine give you that these days? I know genuinely, like, I've modded one server. I had a server where I put in a ton of data packs. Is that a pufferfish? The pufferfish are real! Hello. And they hurt, just like in Valheim. Stop. Why are you so hard to hit? Right, that is 3 stacks of kelp, almost. Oh, little turtle! But I had... Oh look, oh no. He's gone supernova. There was a server I was tweaking myself. Because I wanted to make it a hardcore server, but I didn't want people just, when they died, to be permanently banned. Because that felt too harsh. So I came up, I used a data pack where every time you died, it banned you for a certain amount of time. So at first it banned you for 2 seconds, then 4 seconds, then 8, 16, 32, a minute, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 8 minutes, so on and so forth. So you could play the game and you could end up dying a bunch and not really notice it. But by the time you got to your 20th death, you were gone for about an hour. It was like the semi-permaban server. The semi-permadeath server, rather. Hello, little turtle. I wish I knew how to get seagrass. Maybe I can just go hit it. I can pick some of this up. What are you? What are you? Does it just give me like generic cod or generic tropical fish? Yeah, it just gives me generic tropical fish. That's really cool. Oh, I could have gone and stabbed the pufferfish. I wonder if that gives you a pufferfish. Where is it? You. It's another fish. Odd. Odd. I don't know where the pufferfish went. Knowing they're out here means I can find one again, though. Turtle egg good for a gold farm. Is that a school of... No, that's a school of... Very sad. Although we could bucket one. I don't have a bucket, but we could bucket one. But they make such horrid noises when you crack them. Look on the beach. Oh yeah, we had some turtles. Hello! That was the last batch they laid. We've got one, we need another. The fish have different names. You mean I actually just got unlucky and got the tropical fish? Maybe I should go catch one of... You know what? I'll give that to you. I'm gonna go stab a yellow fish. No, that was also tropical fish. New tropical fish. I don't know. Turtle! Where's your bud? I'm gonna go find a bud. Oh, when they're in a bucket. That's kind of cool. Come on, turtle. Turtle time. No. 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 I'm gonna play it to myself, I think. I'm not putting that on. It's been too many times. Water bucket. Water bucket. Oh! Turtle! 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 Come back. Come on. Oh. The other two don't want to eat. Come on. Alright, stay there, guys. I'm gonna find another turtle. Turtle? Alright, turtle. I know where you are, but I gotta go to bed. If you can't keep up, I'm gonna go to bed and come back for you in the morning. I'll see if I can catch some of those redfish with the bucket. They were pretty. He was in the boat. Alright. Where is the turtle I found over here? That's a baby turtle. Wait, are you a baby turtle? I think you're a baby turtle. I think there's only 3 turtles here. Found one. I've got one more turtle, so we can get another batch of eggs before we go. Oh no. Come on, buddy. Come on. There you go. You were swimming so fast before. Why are you so slow? Oh, are the turtles in here? Is a turtle there? Is he already eaten? I got another turtle. Come back, come back. No. Hello, I'm still here. I go cross. Oh! Another batch. Do they... Even though they bred, do they not lay eggs yet? That's so... Like, you've had both of them. Shouldn't one of them lay eggs? It's like that one over there wants to, but can't decide where. Oh no. Buddy. Buddy. Okay. This AI is so struggling to do anybody, buddy. Wow. He's actually caught in an AI loop. I genuinely thought he was doomed. But he's just in a broken AI bit, apparently. Oh well. I have enough space in my bed. Yes. On the server, you're building a mycelium island and making it green. Oop. Did I grab the... No, I don't have space. Got a fair bit of kelp on me though, so that we can get that elevator going sometime soon. Mercy. How tall does kelp grow? Can it keep growing forever, so long as there's water? Nice. And I think the trick someone explained to me a little while ago was that kelp is used to make it a water source block, which is how it then uses soul sand to push you up or something. I may have taken the wrong direction. I see iron. I see coal. A single emerald. Goodbye. No! Oh, that was a nice detour. Ah! I realize which way I'm heading that's wrong. I'm heading back to spawn. My village is over there. And more accurately, Red's Mountain is even further over there. I should be able to get back to my village though, before nightfall. What's that? Is that pumpkins? That is a load of pumpkins. Here. Weird. Okay. On the bright side, I know my coordinates. I found a farm. Oh. Sleep here. I've used the soul sand trick before. To actually have a... I made the equivalent of an elevator, but it was for items. So I would bring items all the way down, and they would be pulled into a hopper, and the hopper would put them in a chest. The trick was pushing items back up, because hoppers work from things falling into them. I don't know if I could get it to work by pushing things into a hopper from below. This is my bed. Look at these villagers. I place one bed down and I've got 3 villagers in this building. I didn't have the luxury of up and over because it was right below a floor. The hopper was below the floorboards, the chest was at floor level, and the water was directly piped to the hopper. And there was no way... Oh no, the hopper... No, that was the drop chest. The hopper was below the drop chest. For the deposit chest, I don't think I ever actually figured out that mechanism and the server got nuked. I never will. I might have to create a creative world and just mess around with that kind of stuff though, because the engineering side of it... You got your stole a bed? Oh, I'm not in my village. I may have to do some coordinate hunting again. I don't think my village has any villagers. This one has villagers. I will persist. Maybe this is Jet's village. On the assumption if it's Jet's village, then Jet's house would be that way. So it's not Jet's village. So, west. South. Southwest? Has to be. The question is where? Eggs haven't hatched yet. Hopefully I can make it home in time to find, to see them. How did I get this lost? Checking the coordinates would be my last resort, but I'm awkwardly close to checking my coordinates. That mountain is where I split, because I went around it, mined to the iron and the coal. And then here I am. So let's head the other way. Let's head around here to the north. Eh? Oh no. South. I can't even get my own direction straight. No wonder I'm lost. Sun rises in the east. I'm heading west. That's north. We're heading south, which is good. Bridge. Told you. Ah. That mountain split and I went that way. I knew where I went wrong at least. Didn't even need my coordinates. Let's go back and check on... Well, let's empty my inventory first. Could spend the day cutting down my charcoal forest too. That might be something to do. Right. Some secrets here. I don't have any sand, do I? There. Iron, I don't know. Actual coal. 6 actual coal, can you? 2 tropical fish. Do I have any other tropical fish? No, I must have taken them over to Reds. What else don't I need? Take the kelp. Adichie! Hey, how you doing? I am doing well. I fluctuate between exhausted and not exhausted, but... much better than I was doing a month ago. Mending on the fishing rod. I'll have to come and have a look at that new encounter you've got there. You gotta do what you gotta do. Call the farmers on your list of farms? If there's a way to automate it, I have no idea. As far as like coal, like actual coal, I would love to know a source of coal. Is there like a charcoal enemy down in the magma? It'll be something from the nether would drop charcoal, surely. No, maybe it would be charcoal. I would be interested in actual coal, because that's the one where you get the free piece of coal when you turn it into a block. You know, it's gonna teach you to play Valheim! Just downloaded it the other day. You tried it out on Game Pass a little while ago. I have a ghost memory of you playing Valheim ages ago. I either dreamed it, or it was real. But there were a couple of people when it went to Game Pass that picked it up and played it for the first time. I definitely remember that. That's not imagined. What I'm imagining is which people did and didn't play it, I guess. All kind of problems, so you're gonna go to Steam instead? I have heard that the one on Xbox Live is having a few issues. Come on. Come on. Nope. Is it still having issues at the moment then? I know it's not Microsoft's problem to solve, but I would have thought they'd have put a bit more effort into it. Not Irongate, Microsoft, would have thought Microsoft would have been there to get them onboarded properly and make sure the transition went smoothly, but maybe not. With a skelly coal. You're gonna make a farm that bone meal moss gets. You're gonna make a farm that bone meal moss get to the tree, and the bone meal that blow up with tea send it to the smelters to make coal. I have no idea. This is my coal farm. I plant 17 trees and then I cut down 17 trees. Good old fashioned tree felling. Get a fair amount of coal out of it though. I might leave them a bit more sparse this time, because I don't like how dense they look. And I don't want to keep coming here and compulsively cutting them down just because they look dense and I find it unappealing. So, I'll probably leave a handful of saplings instead of making them all this close together. I like the wonky acacias. Acacia trees that come out super duper wonky are neat. At this tree too. That tree is not that wonky. Okay. Azalea tree? Never even heard of it. Is that in one of these new biomes? Let's see. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Stone. Last bit of daylight left. Let me cut down another tree. You get to stay. Right. Easy coal. And sleep if need be. Hang on, let's reset my spawn point at least. Alright. Traveling merchant just hates me. He knows I'm looking for a new robe. That's what it is. He doesn't hate me, he's just clued on to what I do. Get it from burning metal moss. That is a way to get a tree farm automated. Only get oak wood, but you're making so the wood. So what's the azalea tree stuff then? You know, from the village to the mountain isn't that far. There's an enderman on the side of the mountain though. There's. It's a flowering tree. Oh! That's the one in the swamp biome. Or at least I've seen it in swamp biomes. It's got the purple flowers. Pinkish purple flowers. I have seen it. Right. Mending. Mending. Let's go find... Hello. What do you need for mending? A mending book is 10 emeralds and a book. Whereabouts do you want the kelp stored? Anything in here? Ooh, hang on. I'm getting slack, not cleaning up after myself. Do you have kelp over next to the biocomposter? Have a look. Yes. 3 stacks of kelp. Tropical fish. I don't know where you want to keep those, since they're going to be fed to the axolotls. I've got them by the front door chest. Such a satisfying sound. Box in front of the axolotls? I'll move them over there. It's so satisfying. I think... we need... more... we got enough rails. Oh. Some more compression. 36 emeralds. Where's the book of mending? You fished up a rod with mending on it. Now you're just showing off. Need a book. Although, I won't say no. If you've got a spare fishing rod with mending on it. Efficiency, sing, smite, sharpness, power. Got 2 silk touch books there. Right. Infinity and mending. I've got too many enchantments on my fishing, on my bow. Unbreaking 2, Luck of the Sea, and mending. on my fishing rod. That would be a permanent keeping fishing rod then. Efficiency on breaking. You know what? I'll join you. I'll make a mending fishing rod. Eldritch Lure now has mending. I'll put 2 mending books. We have a mending pipe. I'll put 2 mending books over here in the chest too. Oh, I got both. I wasn't expecting to get both in one click. On my way. How many eggs? You've got a collection. Ah, I see why you got your mending fishing rod now. So you can sit here and watch the eggs. I see the first batch cracking. Lush cave you can find at the most, but no tree the saplings with the moss you can get saplings from bone milling it. The moss you can get a sapling. Not being zombie villagers? Not sure. Not the ones in the mountain, I don't think. Or you had one that went zombie red and you cured it. Then we tried it with a zombie piglin and that didn't work. Or no, it wasn't possible with a zombie piglin. We brought a zombie, not a zombie, we brought a piglin trader to the overworld. And he turned into a zombie, that was what happened. I have spent so long in Minecraft, I'm actually struggling to recall what happened. From like 2 days ago, just because I basically lived here the whole weekend. My fishing wire stays there. Two cod, 1 salmon. I want pufferfish. Ooh! A bow with power 4, unbreaking 3, and flame. Quite a catch. And my pufferfish. My fishing rod is completely healed. This is kind of busted. You just don't ever need to make more than 1 fishing rod. Which also kind of sucks, because that means that we have all those other fish... Well, no, because those other fishing rods can go to other players. Anyone else who joins who might want to go fishing. Not entirely a waste. 3 cod now. Salmon, cod, pufferfish. Those first eggs are about to go. They'll probably hatch. Give it 60 seconds? Okay, maybe 2 minutes. Nothing but cod. Last time I went fishing, I kept catching boots, but I don't know if boots are in vanilla or not. Actually, I think that might have been RL Craft. The fish? How's my cup of tea? I actually drank some of it before it went cold this time. Oh, there's what we probably should be doing instead of murdering villages that don't have good rows. I know we don't have a ton of gold, but turning them into zombies and curing them means you won't get attacked by the iron golem. And it means you don't have to go then find another villager. He's already in his cage. If you turn him into a zombie and cure him, he resets back to a novice in whatever craft he picks up. So you can use that method to reset them instead of murdering them and putting a new one there. The only downside is that it costs a bit of gold. Some chat. Worked in the village and not the piglin. Nice score. Boots are! I've been lucky then, I haven't got any boots today. Turn the breeder pack on again, room is getting a little low. Last I saw you had about 20 in there. Surprised if you've run out this quickly. Villager that has been cured is cheaper. They contain the work. They contain the work that you have traded with them. Just found a second queen location on Jonathan's server close to your mushroom sap farm. I still, to this day, have never even really been in the Mistlands except accidentally. Ooh, tropical fish. Good lord, level 25 on fishing. So villagers that have been cured of zombie... zombie villagers that get cured are cheaper. Might be worth testing that with one, perhaps. I'm sure one of the leather workers or one of the loom traders up the top. We could test that with, but the problem, honestly, the problem isn't even testing it to see what the villager, it's the gold. We've not even seen more than half a stack of gold, I don't think. No matter how much we mine, we always find a use for it. Sit on your own villagers. I might have to borrow 2 to make my own villages, but I'll see if I can get one. I probably won't have anything that in-depth over at my... Maybe we trap a zombie villager and maybe I feed him a golden apple. We'll see what happens. Apparently, say you needed to trade 4 iron for an emerald. If you cure them enough, then you only need 1 iron for emerald. That sounds like the jackpot. If we can manage to pull that off. Come on, turtles. I don't think they're gonna hatch till tomorrow. I don't think I have my bed with me either. Apparently I fished up some rotten flesh. Mmm. 1 for 1 would just basically give us infinite emeralds. Which would be awesome. Dark Radiant's gone live. That was very delayed reaction there. We were definitely not hurting for iron, even trading at 4 per. To several villagers, even. I think we end up going through 3 stacks of iron every time we trade, and we get 48 emeralds out of it. I don't know how to check. Probably on normal. On normal. There you go. I suppose we're pretty safe up here, aren't we? The only thing that's gonna get us is one of those drowned with a trident. There's gotta be another stage of the eggs. They've been sat there for so long without cracking any. If it's on the hard mode, you have no problems turning villagers to zombie and back multiple times. If it's not on hard, there's a chance the villager dies. I suppose I don't know why, but that sounds backwards. I'm sure if I knew the reason why that was the way it was, that would make sense, but to me, on the harder difficulty, things are harder to achieve and obtain. I don't know why hard mode let you have more chances to get the god roll. Is what it is. You know, if you have a villager breeder, it's not like you really need to worry about losing to. I still don't even... I want to go have another look at the villager breeder, because I still don't even know how it actually works. Do they just feed each other or something? And if that's the case, could you not just leave food around a regular village and have them breed? Or like, would they not do it themselves if you left a farm in a village? I suppose the reason you'd make a breeder is because you want them contained so you can move them, as opposed to having them freely wandering around. The farmers in there now will feed each other. Alright. I'll give it a go. I'll make sure all the houses have beds, and I might nick two villagers for myself and wander off back to my place. Maybe 3, just to play it safe. Here we go. Well, I suppose that's why I'm curious. It sounds like you don't need to make anything automatic with a village breeder. Sounds like so long as they have a food source, 2 farmers, and a bed, they'll be fine. It's only right a couple go back to the village they came from. The village that great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers built. Many a moon ago. But then I can have a couple of villages that I can mess around with. I nick 2 and wander off and start the village back up again. Build them houses and stuff they can live in. Ooh, fishing rod with a curse of vanishing. And I'm breaking 3. And the lily pad. And rotten flesh. Cracklioling. I thought there was another stage. The curse of vanishing means if I... Oh, that's so tiny! tiny. Look at him. I guess they're trapped in there until they grow up. And then when they get big enough, they can just leave. And then the hoppers collect the stuff we want somewhere and puts it somewhere. Chests, I don't chests. I hear a chest. Oh, down there. Look at that. They are so incredibly tiny. More turtle. How long do they stay young for? I think it's when they grow up they drop squid. Squid dying. Hello, squid. I remember it being that when they grew up, they dropped it. I didn't realize there was more than one stage, because I saw a baby turtle out before and it was bigger than this. So I guess there's like baby, then teenage, and then fully grown. Kind of bad for them seeing them trying to get back onto the sand though. Alright, I gotta test it. So Curse of Vanishing didn't vanish. Curse of Vanishing must disappear when you die, not when you drop it. Alright, sure, yeah. Okay. Oh, I tested it? Hello. They're looking at me. Hello.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk. Or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water's health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
How do you turn a villager breeder on or off? But obviously the answer is you cut off their supply to the farm. The whole thing is so confusing to me. Thank you for the hydrate shop. Block the beds? Oh, of course! 2 parts to it, not just food. Like with animals. You need a bed. You know what? Yeah. We head over and have a peek. Hello. Oh. Okay. Oh! So the top one stops the adults. Alright, let's have a read. The baby will fall down the gap. My eyes back. Baby falls down the gap. And having this closed means they can still reach the bed somehow? They just feed each other. Regular wheat. Hope stops the bigger villagers going in at night, but the little guy will go under and not realize the hatch is open. Okay. And just having access to the beds is enough. You don't need to physically sleep in them. I mean, that's as simple gets. 2 beds, 2 trapdoors, and a farm. And babies come down here. Off they go. And I suppose if I followed the water trail, I'd probably end up the other end. Oh. Don't tell me we're actually going for a swim, are we? I think you can crouch over it. We're not going for a swim, are we? Oh, okay. Okay. Off we go. Hello. Uh-oh. No Gollum this time. I remember that bit because I did that bit accidentally. And there you go. Altogether, it's an impressive system. And you would have carted them around to each of their individual spots. Oh yeah, I know about dimwits. I don't know if there's a way to do anything with dimwits. As far as I know, they are just, as the name says, dimwits. You can't really get any use out of them. 7 salmon, 30 cod, 3 pufferfish, 1 tropical, 1 rotten. Let's take those. I don't really have any use for the lily pads either, because they can go over next to the... Oh, I don't have them in a bucket. Can I do that? I cannot do that. Alright. There's the vanishing fishing rod. I don't even know what to do with that. Hang on. Oh, you can't clean a curse. But you don't? Oh, you do get XP from that. Okay, that was what I was wondering. Do you get XP? No. Okay. You do get XP for enchantments, but curses can't be cleaned. Got it. The real curse of vanishing is going to be throwing it at the bottom of the mountain, waiting for it to despawn. Or putting it in a furnace as fuel. Right. Drop some stuff up at home. Frogs. Do axolotls, do they need the lily pads to breed? I know frogs like lily pads. Keep spawning with them. Oh, and don't worry, like, I've been asking questions, like, I'm so far behind the curve of Minecraft. It's not even funny at this point. And thankfully, Minecraft is one of those games where there is no you should go here and do this kind of thing. There is no boss to fight that I should go do. The worst I think I've got for that kind of thing is like, you should go do this explicitly, like do this or else. I had that happen once. And it was because I was using stone tools. It seemed like the person came in specifically just to complain that I was using stone tools and tell me to stop. Like, I don't have to repair stone. I like the fact I can just waste them, not think about it. It's half the reason the game is so pleasantly mindless for me. Cooked cod, raw salmon. I do enjoy a little bit of turning my brain off. Especially lately, I've been enjoying it a bit too much, I think. Over to bow. I'm gonna go clean that. And then repair that. That one I would like to use. And in fact, you know what? We'll repair those and then repair that. Like a plan. Baby Oxalotl. Reckon tomorrow night I'm gonna rebuild the storage for the fishing hut. Don't know, maybe we have tropical fish for the axolotls now. Did you need a lily pad to breed them? Oh, just for the aesthetics? Guess you didn't need a lily pad for the... Because we have definitely fed the axolotls tropical fish before. But never two at a time, I don't think. Really good to reset my spawn though. How many nautilus shells do I need? It's for the conduit, right? I don't know. Poisonous potato. What's the poisonous potato do in potions? Let's find out. Why not? Let's go have an adventure. Let's find out what a poisonous potato. Got one nether wart. The pufferfish makes the awkward potion. Nether wart makes pufferfish awkward, nether wart water breathing? Really? Cease. I'm so glad you can't reach me from down there. These damn trees. Actually, no, that's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing. 2 skeletons. I don't think I can reach that far. Almost. The inaccuracy is insane from here, though. Are they closer than I think? Looks like the arrows are flying past them. Ah, I was right. Check the coast is clear before I jump down. It's a veritable army. That's an Enderman. No Enderman. Holy cow. XP. I like enchanting. I rarely get the chance to. So I'll take all the XP I can get. Right. Oh, I've put my arrows away, Mommy. That's awkward. Let me... Keep them off the edge of the building. Fair enough. Okay, 9. Shoo. No visitors. Trying to do too many things at the same time at the moment. $232 levels? That's too many. I just need 30 constantly, all the time, permanently. Next. What did we do today? Catch the turtle. Whoop. Up to bed? No worries, Red. Just was sticking around as well. That's honestly, it's been good fun being on Minecraft this weekend. Just chilling and stream or no stream, I have enjoyed just relaxing a bit more. Back in my own area. Status quo is starting to be restored. Oh, in saying that, I'm gonna be back on. Minecraft is not something you take in small doses. You spend a month playing, non-stop flat out, and then you don't touch it for a few weeks or a few months. I'll have to come take a peek at the baby axolotls before I log off. What did we do today? Hatched a turtle. That's a good opener. I actually haven't updated this for the whole weekend, so I'm even thinking back to like a day and a half ago. We put those piglins in the training booth. What else did we do? Oh, hang on. We gotta start it with the day. So, we've spent about 100 days in the game since last week. I think I joined... When did you stream? It would have been Tuesday Variety Day was when I first joined. Or Thursday. I forget. Tuesday or Thursday I first joined on the Realms while you were streaming it. And then it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, non-stop. So the opener here, a third of a year, isn't too inaccurate. I probably would have spent about 100 days in the game before I built this house. Because this book, I started it when I built this house, which was about 100 days after I joined. So, how long has it been now? We hatched a turtle. Must be half a year in the game. That sounds horrid when I say it out loud. I joined last Tuesday. It's been 200 days in-game since then. But it may actually have been 200 days in-game since then. As much as saying that out loud pains me. I'm gonna lowball it. I'm gonna say 178. It's been 178 days. I like that number. That sounds accurate and believable. Page 2 of me logging the things I've done in this world. Day 178. It's about as up to date as my actual diary. I don't keep one. It's about the same amount of... one of the traders finally learned mending. Ew. He's a keeper. Can we go further down? That's all we can write. That is a very, very inefficient... You know what? We might have to split this into 2 pages. Because I think this is going to be day 214. I don't know. I am completely guessing here. I genuinely don't know as far as like keeping track of when I've accomplished things or how long I've been in the game world. I mean, there have been times where I've been AFK for like 4 in-game days because I'll forget to log out. I'll go make a cup of tea and come back and I'll be half dead fighting a zombie. But we're starting with 120 odd days here. 178 seems reasonable, but I think we're gonna move everything along. Touch the turtle. That one can stay. Hatch the turtle has to go to the next page, but we have a few piglins sat on a trading booth. They seem happy along. Have code. All capital. And this happened recently, so that's gotta go. So what did we do before stream? We reached bedrock today too. I might have to make a third page. Hatch the turtle. Of the punctuation. One of the people escaped. We'll be back over. Isaac. Look at me writing an actual diary in a video. Have a few piglins sat in a trading booth. In the third of the year before I finally built my own house, been living under a bridge near Jet's place. Found a nice cozy village to the north, been moving in over the last week, but should be settled soon. Have a few piglins sat in a trading booth. Can we go back here? This is finished. Bit of a leaky roof. Rains. That's nice. Don't talk about... Oh, I ran out of space. Extra space for spacing and format. I think that'll have to do here too, because we've only got this line, and then that's it. So we need a one sentence finisher, or else that might have to be it here too. Hatch the turtle! I like that, that's a good summary. And we'll just infer that today is day 214. And I think that's a good ending. Next episode. On the next episode. Alright. Good enough. Back it goes. Oh, my space got taken up. It's not. I can't live with that. We're gonna put 3 potions back in here. Alright, awkward potion, go. Awkward potion, go. I knew I had the recipe backwards. It didn't make sense. Netherwort was water breathing. Netherwort is awkward potion. And then I'm gonna do a poisonous potato to find out what it does. Oh, we hit bedrock. We found an amethyst geode. Well, that was only hours ago and I've already forgot that. I might even need another page then. Potion. No! Wait, does that make a splash potion then? Alright, I guess we're making water breathing. Alright, next. Villager learned mending. One of the piglins escaped. Back for the gold. So this might even have to go backwards in time to day 107. This will be day 214. Technically, this is when we hatch the turtle then. We'll get there eventually. Hatch the turtle! And what then? This is also when we've... Chronologically. This is when the villager learned mending. Oh, I can cut, copy, paste. Oh, dreams come true. Hatched a turtle has to go. The piglins escaped. He'll be back for the gold. Found a new stone. Bedrock. And also this weird egg. Brown. Purple. Shiny. Done. Next, a villager learned mending. He's a keeper. House is finished. Bit of a leaky roof when it rains, but it's nice. Have a few piglins out of the tree. These along back to like 68. 92. 214. Hatched a turtle. Ooh, he's a keeper. What else? What do we... What, like, okay, so... We finished the house. That was a few hours ago. Then we hatched a turtle. And a villager learned mending. Spent a few... We'll just finish it there. Spent a few hours fishing with my new... Watching tiny, all capital, baby turtle. We've built many bridges. Did I have an entry for bridges? We did technically. Would have been day 168. In between this page and this page was when I finished one of the bridges, because I did that on stream. That was actually here in the village, too. Just off to the north. Not much else of note really happened, though. I mean, this book would, I suppose, for lack of a better phrase, literally be things to write home about. When phrased as something in universe. If I had a mum in universe, I want that book to make her proud. Maybe not so proud of the leaky roof. But look, we can't win them all. Sometimes, you know, sometimes a little bit leaks. Ooh, potions. 8 minutes of water breathing. So, do you not do anything? Okay, is my problem... I don't know what my problem is. Poisonous potato is 100% a brewing ingredient, right? There's a tiny little bit of actual genuine panic because I don't know if he can explode through here. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, water bottle with no effect. Poisonous potato must be a conduit to something. Or a fuel. Or I need a cauldron? Maybe I need a cauldron. I am a bumbling fool when it comes to potions. I found one! What's it do? Why does it take so long? I feel like the other one didn't take as long. Oh! It does nothing. I forgot. You can actually make a potion that does nothing. Oops. Okay, well. Night vision, night vision, night vision. Why do I not remember night vision? Vision is a golden carrot? Is night vision a golden carrot? And also, how do I make a golden carrot? Candle. Instructions are plenty. Apparently. Candle. I don't have beeswax. Oh my good lord, flashback to 14 hours ago when I picked up my shears and then got confused why I picked up my shears. I remember why I picked up my shears. So this traveling merchant really is skimping out on town. I'll have to get some villagers back here so he can reappear. Haven't seen his llamas in so long. I feel lonely. I'll have to go get leather the old-fashioned way from cows. You know, it is quite weird, actually. I do rely on the traveling merchant for llama more than I probably should. And he's normally so frequent. I normally see him so often that he is genuinely a decent source of leather. I had one of my vanilla worlds where he showed up basically once every day. Like, I think that was actually where it was started, when I impulsively started killing him on sight. Because he would hang around and annoy me, and then I would get rid of him. And then the next day, like the very next day, he would be back. I think that was in my treehouse world, which I might still have. It's on Bedrock, not on Java, but it would still be here somewhere. Cheers time! How much do we have? 42? No escaping. Come back. How many more campfires? How's this one going? Plenty. Look at that. And it's working still. Lovely. Piggies? Doing well. Oh, I can do all this repairing stuff too. There's the vanishing. I don't need that. More accurately, I don't want that. What did I open? The hopper. Hello! Red's just gone to bed at the moment. We've been on for... Well, I've been streaming for 10 hours and I was playing for about 5 before then. So, Red joined me probably 13 hours ago now. We have been on the Minecraft for about an hour, 2 hours longer than I was. Yeah, actually, she would have been... Oh, not... She ended stream a little while ago. Only about... Would have been ended stream 5 hours ago? Alright. Ah! Oh, you. You. Hello. I didn't see your message about you logging on, and seeing someone sprint across the glass was like a fucking Herobrine moment. I shat myself. I'm over near the beehives. I didn't see your message about you logging on there. I just see you full sprint over to your storage there. Oh, my heart. You're fine. That's all my fault there. Oh, do I even need... hang on. No, I know what I was going to do with that. I'm going to strip it of its enchantment. You don't have a house either? Hmm. There's a fair few, like there's a lot of empty space near the area. No, Vampy's got a bed right here in the mountain too, but I don't know if Vampy still plays. What am I looking up? What am I looking up? I am looking up Greek fire bow. Oh, Greek fire bow. Greek fire bow. Not end. Let's go arrow. Greek fire arrow. Greek fire caltrops. Hang on. I'm googling random things. Random trivia. Greek fire is an incendiary weapon used by the Eastern Roman Empire to set enemy ships on fire. Consisted of a combustible compound emitted by a flame-throwing weapon. Greek fire remains a matter of speculation and debate, with various proposals including combinations of pine resin, naphtha, quicklime, calcium phosphide, sulfur, and niter. Alright, what did the Norse have a name for their fire arrow? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I know what I could name the bow. It wouldn't be entirely accurate. And no, I don't like that, because apparently the Viking burial of sending them out on a ship and then lighting the boat on fire, or lighting the ship on fire, is apparently reserved for honorable death and honorable people. It's not good for a bow I'm just going to use on a zombie. Yes. To reach bedrock and then strip mine. Balrog's going there, so she might. So, I am thinking of naming it after the flame enchantment, which would set enemies on fire. Haven't seen Vampy since Redina raided the Bandit Tower and got the 2 fairies in the farm. That can't have been too long ago. Red was talking about that happening when I first logged on the Thursday. The Arisen Slayer. I like it. I've got my, like, I won't lie. This one is my keeper, right? But Flame enchantment is so nice, I have to name it something. It's a unique weapon if I've ever seen one. However, I could be lame and just call it a rocket launcher. Does fire damage. Rocket launchers put things on fire? I'm sure. I was looking for medieval techniques of warfare that involved archery, incendiary arrows, but... Oh good lord, I googled incendiary arrows and Google gave me a result from Age of Empires 4. Not from actual real world video game result. Algorithm has got me. There is a sword Lamberg. Oh, naming it after like a historical actual really. I mean, fire effect aside, I am insanely impartial to the story of Durandal and... Oh, is it Durandal, Joyeuse, and Cortana? Is that their names? Durandal, Joyeuse... Or... Is it straight up just Cortana? Joyeuse in medieval legend was the sword wielded by Charlemagne as his personal weapon. A sword identified as Joyeuse was used in French royal coronation ceremonies since the 13th century and is now kept at the Louvre Museum. The 11th century Song of Roland describes the sword. I cannot read French, but the translation says Charlemagne was wearing his fine white coat of mail and his helmet with gold-studded stones. By his side hung Joyeuse, and never was there a sword to match it. Its color changed 30 times a day. But I believe Joyeuse was part of a trilogy of swords throughout history that were made by a certain blacksmith. What was the name? Apparently, the Wikipedia page of Joyeuse doesn't contain anything about the other two. They were related somehow. How was it related? Durandal or Durandal, Italian Durlindana, is the sword of Charlemagne's paladin Roland. According to Ludovico Ariosto, it once belonged to Hector of Troy and was given to Roland by Malagi. I am butchering names here, and we're just on a random history trip at the moment. We're not even looking up flame things now. An inscription on Edward the Confessor's sword Cortana read, "My name is Cortana, of the same steel and temper of Joyeuse and Durandal." The weapons manufacturing company Matra? The weapons manufacturing company Matra. Okay, that sounds off epic. They collect farm stuff and then they hand it to you. But you have to break it for them still, so I don't actually know what the purpose is. because otherwise they just hover around holding carrots. And then they throw it at Red and she gets annoyed by them. When all else fails you. When all else fails you. Translate.google.com. From English to pick a language. What language are we translating to? Fortnite has a flame bow. I may pass if that has a name. We have Greek. Greek? I wrote Greece. That's not what I want. Languages have changed over time, and I wonder how much of it. Like some of the language here is phrasing. I wonder if some of the languages here are historic or if they are current. Probably current would be what people want as a service, but...
Hello there!
Hello there! Area to play, welcome in! With 31 people! How are you doing today? What were you up to today? Weasel, welcome in. We are trying to name a bow that set things on fire. And I have gotten a little desperate and I was just gonna Google Translate fire bow or fire arrow. Because I can't find anything unique from history that would fit.
Holy fuck!
Oh,
Mi vagy te bazd?
2-star troll?
Ez nem a troll!
Nem?
Bocsánat. És én is vagyok pont.
Uh-oh. He caught up pretty quick. It was the first time you ever played the game.
Most én gyakorlatilag a házamhoz húzom.
Oh, wow.
Bal meg!
Sometimes it's weird to think that the game's been out for almost 3-4 years now. You never get that first time experience with a troll back though. That's always fun to see people go through. What did you get up to today? Oh, speaking of, I've been out of the loop for so long. Were you doing you were doing a no-hit run? Yes, I remember that. It was a no-hit run. But I've been gone for 2-3 months now at this point. I haven't streamed in about 2 months and I've been on and off digitally, internet-wise. I've been gone for probably 3 months. You stopped because it's so hard. I wanted to know how far you got though. Because that would be so insane. Like, you would randomly get into the plains or have a stone thrown at you by a great dwarf. Or it'd be a death skeeto that you can't hit quick enough. You'd have to just rely on the bow, I imagine, for most animals, because things like death skeetos, if they ever see you, you can't block them. You found bone mass and was preparing for the fight. I'm gonna throw a guess. It was a skeleton. Skeleton archer got you. Or I'll throw a part 2. If it's not a skeleton archer, it was a leech. Those are my 2 guesses. A leech, probably because it would have made no noise, and you never expect a leech to actually bite you. And a skeleton archer, just because there's so many that you can't dodge them all. Woo! I guess... That's still impressive, though. All the way up to bone mass. Well... So, let me actually jump back into the game. We have a bow in Minecraft here with flame as one of the enchantments. I fished it out of the ocean. And I'm looking for a unique name before I actually repair it. But I can't figure out a name for it in the slightest. I am trying to think of something cool, like a historical weapon of some kind that used fire. If I really, really wanted to be lazy, I was thinking of calling it rocket launcher. But that is... That's gonna be my absolute last resort, because I feel like there's something we can do. Like, honestly, even writing fire arrow would probably give me better results if I went through and found something that sounded nice as a noun. OBQ is nice. Gotta do chores, but you'll leave a lurk? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing everyone in. Oh, for those who don't know me, my name is Boardbrain. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. The first one I've done in a while. Small story. I went missing for a little bit because I recently had gallbladder surgery, and I'm back. Everything went well. There you go, short story over. So my channel has almost no VOD history at the moment because I've been gone for about 2 months. But I've been quite addicted to Minecraft at the moment. I do play Valheim on Sundays with Jonathan Raymaker and on Fridays with Red Fairy. I dabble in a couple of racing sims, sports sim games, Hunter Call of the Wild, racing games, arcade or sim, I suppose doesn't matter. What else do I do? I dabble in a bit of everything, to be honest, but my Steam library's broke. What else? I was going to be grinding in the Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard for this fortnight, but I never opened the game because when I installed it, it ran on DOSBox, and I kind of just tapped out mentally on fighting DOSBox to get a game working properly. I had played Fallout 76, big Bethesda fan, played Elder Scrolls Online. I reinstalled Grand Theft Auto 5, but I probably can't stream that. I've struggled to get it to capture properly. A bit of everything, I suppose. But for the time being, Minecraft is my comfort food at the moment. I do not know how to pronounce that. Let's have a look. Any Elden Ring? I cannot get through Soulsborne games. If Bloodborne ever comes to PC, I would probably buy it. Whether or not I stream it is another thing entirely, because Soulsborne games are my kryptonite. They are probably one of the few games, besides racing sims and anything with a leaderboard. I'll admit those. If you see me ever grinding a leaderboard, half the reason I didn't want to bother with the Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard this week is because it would be leaderboard grinding. Just not in the game. I may give it a go. I might go try at least find out where I sit on the leaderboard, but There's very few things in my Steam library that make me frustrated. Dying for no reason and having to restart is one of them. Quote unquote, for no reason. I'm very well aware of the get good mentality of the Soulsborne games, though. But the most I've ever done in a Soulsborne game to date is beat the Jailkeeper in Dark Souls 1. I get off the island, I go talk to that guy at the campfire, then there's the big noodle neck weird thing with the mustache that has the non-canon ending to the first game. I forget what that called, but he's the teleport system. He's the elevator, basically, the Dark Souls 1. There's a whole ending dedicated to like a dozen of them, welcoming you back as their god, but then they never like explain or answer that ever in any of the other games. But my point, those games are my kryptonite. I love watching them, same as Dead by Daylight. I love watching Dead by Daylight. It's a fascinating game to watch. I love watching Dark Souls. It's a fascinating game to watch. I can't stand playing them. They look fun. I don't even hate the idea of playing them. I quite enjoy the games as an audience member, but I just know that it's gonna be me getting immediately annoyed, pissed off, and frustrated. I can't stand my kryptonite, basically. GTA 5 is a bad game anyway, nothing of value is lost. Well, I downloaded it specifically to not play anything on vanilla. There's an RP server I was looking to join called, don't fail me now. Something, it's EF. My memory is so bad, I remember abstract things, not the actual part I want to remember. EF. That's great. Let's find out what EF stands for, because I remember that. Forged Existence. I got them backwards. But it's a small server, way, way smaller than all the big ones. It's only got about 40, 50 people on their tops. Maybe more total, but during peak hour, I think. Peak US hours, it's something like 30 odd people. That. Oh, someone at the front door. Spitfire! I like Spitfire. If I knew how to pronounce this, hang on. Tuzi? Tuzi? I know I'm butchering it, but Tuzi? 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 I'm not completely against this one, honestly, either. Spitfire is quite nice. Honestly, Freds, I absolutely love games with leaderboards and with scores. It's the reason apparently a third of my time gaming has been spent on sports sim games, is because all I do is chase that top 10 leaderboard score. But holy cow, do I get frustrated. Like, if you spend 4 hours and you almost beat your last high score. Almost. But then one tiny mistake that you knew how to avoid, and you drop the ball, and then you only have yourself to blame. You know you have to spend another 10 minutes retrying. And the last 6-8 minutes you did spend trying have all gone to waste. There's like a synapse in my brain that's just immediately on fire. I love leaderboard games. When I start out, when I don't have anything to chase, and when I'm not going for perfectionism, they are the best thing in the world, because I just throw things out there. It's why daily leaderboards aren't so bad, because a daily leaderboard, you can completely suck at it, but you haven't got anything to beat except just to try your best. The first time you ever play a daily leaderboard, it's just see how you go. When you get to things like Project Cars, and you get to your top 10 situation, I think the RUF, is it the RUF 911 Porsche on the Californian highway?
Don't drink Coke and Pepsi. Oh, drink only water and milk. Or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim. Oh, water is health as fuck, bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh,
Ooh, I
drink
like that.
water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Yes, oh, F. I like Spitfire. We want to have a different, I picked Hungarian on a whim. I don't actually know. I don't know Hungarian. Spanish was the one I was thinking of originally. Spitfire in Spanish. Vol? Okay. We may have a winner. Maybe. That's... Between Spanish and Hungarian for Spitfire, I think Spitfire is what we're calling it. But I think Spanish has my pick. I mean, the literal translation, I guess, is volcano. It's a very abstract translation, but I see what they're going for here. Vulcan may be my pick. Thank you for the hydrate shop. Try French for Spitfire. Have a go. I'm happy to take any suggestion because I'm poking around trying to figure out what we call a flamey bow. I'm genuinely surprised there's no like historical or medieval weapons that had a name. I mean, you've got like, you think of all the siege weaponry like catapult, ballista. There were techniques that have been named too, like you've got, I know the technique, which was just dumping hot rocks over the edge of the palisade, but I forget the name of that technique. Or where it was used. There was just a technique that was just get a bucket full of hot forge rocks and then throw the forge rocks over the palisade. Anyone trying to climb up? Oh, the Chinese had a ton, but that's what all rocket propelled. So I was looking that up. If we go fire arrow. See, that's what I'm imagining, is that one. And this is all game stuff. Fire Arrow 5th edition, Rust, Valheim, Minecraft, Ocarina of Time, Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm not even signed in. Honestly, that's probably half the problem. I'm not signed in. All I Google in this browser is going to be video game related things because it's my Steam browser. But if we add like history, you've got the fire arrow as one of the earliest forms of weaponized gunpowder, being used from the 9th century onward. And apparently it took off in areas like China. Apparently the fire arrow was a gunpowder weapon which receives its name from the translated Chinese term, which literally just means fire arrow. Maybe that's why I can't find a name for it throughout history, because it was just called fire arrow. Catapult, ballista, fire arrow. that's it, I guess. And then you got immediately, following flaming arrows, the Chinese invented rockets and fireworks and all those sorts of things. Greek. Have a look. Greek. Oh. I can't even try and pronounce that. Yimovis? Yimotis? I suppose that's the phonetics there. Yimotis. But it's almost a V. It sounds closer to a V than a D. Here's a question. Is that even paste? Wow, there's Minecraft font for Greek. I suppose they'd have to be for anyone. So, well, there you go. Fire arrow. Fire arrow. Velos? Yeah, no, I don't have the worldly pronunciations to get away with this. Velos? Rikagias? Rikagias? Is Greek Cyrillic? Or is this not... Is Greek? Greek's not a dead language. Did I play Darkest Dungeon? The first one. I saw the second one release on Steam, but meh, I've already got the first one. I'll pass. But no, the first one is a brilliant game. I did like the first Darkest Dungeon. And with modding support, why would you waste money on the sequel? Haha. I actually don't know, now that the sequel's come to Steam, whether or not it'll have modding support. Alright. I don't know what you mean. I think we're gonna go with the Spanish translation of Spitfire, which technically is volcano. We should have translated volcano to a few more languages, that would have been a good clue. But, hello. What did I miss? A secret place, be right back. Okay. That was a half hour? It was a half-hour adventure naming single bow. If you think that's bad, don't ever watch me name a character in Elder Scrolls Online. I spent a weekend naming my Argonian. And hey, I'm proud of that name. It's still a massive stretch, right? But it's a cool name. I like it. Technically, kind of. Lukiat Lalubiku. The reason it's a stretch is because I'm pretty sure Biku is the wrong word, but it's the one that several sources agreed upon. So it's the one I went with. But that took me a weekend to get Lukiat Lalubiku because I went through several iterations of what I wanted to translate out of it. And that wasn't even including the common tongue name. Don't even get me started. I technically still haven't decided. 6 months, 7 months on. Imagine having to name a whole football team in a game. Each person individually, you mean? I feel like I go from one extreme to the other. If I have to name a single thing, I take way too long. But if you give me like a list of 40, I might put effort into the first 3 and then mentally tap out and just go Bill, Bob, Barney, Babe the pig. Is that a creeper? No, it was a watermelon. Okay. I finally named my bow! Spanish, well, it's an indirect translation of Spitfire into Spanish, which went apparently translating to Spanish. Spitfire English came to Vulcan Spanish, which translates more directly to volcano. But I like that name. It stuck with me. I couldn't not do that one, I don't think. Candles, though. How do I need to go steal Red's cactus. I don't have any dye. It's just occurred to me, even Red. Red's got, a sheep farm, but doesn't have dye. Oh, down the rail? They just get stuck these days. You can just push them down. Pretty sure those should both be empty. Oh, I gotta make some red candles. But, ooh. I feel like I do mentally tap out a bit. When I have to name too many things, it's like the opposite effect, where I put so little effort in, it's almost comical. What is that? That is a zombie in gold armor. And a tiny one. Shoo! Why are you so hard to hit? Another tiny one? Oh, that further away than I thought. Almost level 30 again. Although I have a sneaking suspicion that Red's enchanting table is missing a few books. Oof, pardon me. Because for some reason the max level it needs out of me, unless they've changed enchanting, it's only asking for level 20 for the top tier enchantment. So I think it needs a few more bookshelves. I'm not gonna look, that's not my enchanting table. I'll make my own boring bookshelf cube somewhere else, because hers is quite lovely looking. I'm going to show you the tour. That's what I should have done. I need to go show everyone the tour of Red's place. I'll come over here, I'll steal her cactus, I'll get a couple of red flowers. Do I have them? Ah, hello. Jeez. Jump scared. By a plant with legs. The storm is a bit crazy. What is a yellow candle? Oh, orange candle though. Alright, that one's gotta go. What was that I was saying about getting jump scared by a plant with legs? Well, I'll have to fill in that one later. Mad dirt. Alright, my heart is thankfully not the reason I am... I shouldn't make jokes like that. Ah, but good lord, my heart. We have some red dye. And I could mix some blaze powder. I won't, but I could mix some blaze powder. Some iron nugget there. Oh, okay. What have I missed? Let's relax back by reading things again. Your review settings look like you're playing Quake Online Deathmatch in 98. They even named it after Quake. I quite like for FPS games. And I'll even admit, for a lot of other games I probably shouldn't have. I was using a very, very wide field of view for such a long time. Now I have my certain genres where I pick and choose. I'm not constantly max field of view all the time. I started going blind. And I realized I need to zoom in a little bit. Otherwise I just lean forward and that's not good. Let's just throw the seeds straight in the composter, shall we? Oop. There we go. Oh, 2 yellow, 5 red. 5 red and 1 yellow make 2 orange. And then we have a yellow candle. And then we have 2 orange candles, and then we have 4 red candles. It would be a crime to place down any uncolored candles, I think. So, I realized I made space in my inventory and then immediately used it with the orange candle. Oh well. I suppose we'll go home and drop our stuff off. Let's just leave the nuggets here. Deal with them later. Looks like the devs say Darkest Dungeon 2 is going to have official mod support. That is good to hear for people that are playing it. Was there dirt in that chest I could steal? There's dirt somewhere I can steal. Thank you. Have I used all of Red's dirt? No, I need to bring some back actually. Because she's filling in the top of the mountain. I thought that was a spider there. Alright. There we go. I should try a potion with the, oh no, potion with the spider eye. But you have to ferment the spider eye first, don't you? Sugar and spider eye, right? No? I don't know. I don't potion as much as I should. I learned how to make a water-breathing potion when I was a fish. Because when you're a fish, you have to stay in this blue stuff or else you suffocate. So I had to invent water breathing for air. and I learned how to make the potion. Because it was one of the easiest ways to gain access to not suffocating. And I know literally nothing else about potions. I accidentally made a mundane potion before because I completely forgot that you can botch the recipe and get nothing out of it. I hear footsteps over there. What is it? Just a zombie. Looks like the devs say Darkest Jew has got official support. I have a feeling the quality may go down since the model in the second game is 3D. Which was... Oh, I'm not on solo anymore. Got it. I'll have to wait the night out. The 3D change was definitely one I personally didn't jive with. I'm trying to find a polite way to say I think it looked worse. But I think it looked worse. These actually make the light. Oh my good lord. Thank you. I need a flint and steel for these, and it has occurred to me they may not be an infinite light source. Look at that! It generates almost zero light functionally. That's nice. Hang them on walls? Cannot hang them on walls. Well, let's put the yellow candle in our room somewhere. I put it on my bed. Sleep with a candle poking out through our face. You actually landed that shot. Something else is out there behind you. What was it? Got it. I also play FPS games. If you're wondering why I look away from the thing I'm staring at, it's probably a quirk of my FOV. But I do it in every game where you put crosshairs on target and click. I do it in CSGO too, and people think I'm weird for not watching corners, but I am watching the corner. I am, instead of crosshair on corner peeking, like most people would crosshair on corner peek, and they would hard peek or, you know, play the game properly and shoulder peek and then follow up and, you know, technique, right? But I won't. I will not look at the corner. I will still follow the corner, but with a good wide berth like this, and I'll flick. I never thought it was weird until I watched other people hard peek and put the crosshair right where you want to actually see. and the crosshair would block what you could actually see, and it annoyed me. Because you need the crosshair to be accurate, or else you don't know where it's going to hit. This crosshair is a perfect example, and it's actually inverted. Probably a better example than what the CSGO crosshair is. I have static crosshair with... It's a static crosshair with a dot in the center, and it's paper thin and bright green. Very visible basically in front of everything. But you go around... The only game I don't do this on is War Thunder, because in War Thunder you're locked to turning like this. No matter how fast you move the mouse, that's your turn speed. So in War Thunder, I hard peek. I will in fact pre-peek an area, drive out. So War Thunder is more like drive out, bang, drive back. That's an entirely different system though. My mundane potions are here. I don't know what to do with them. I guess I'll drink them. Ando can go there. It can't, because it's a slab. Oh no! Can the spider even get through my windows? I think the tiny baby zombie can get through my windows. But for some reason he refuses to. He's on the roof right now. Baby zombie. Yeah. Maybe you can't. Maybe you're a block at enter half tool. I actually think the spider could just fit through here too if it tried. So candles are great for an aesthetic, but they provide zero lighting. You can't put them on a half slab. Is that a half slab? Yep. Cows over there. It's not a mob. Almost morning. Wait. No. Yeah? No, it is a half slab. For some reason, I saw the full square and I got excited. No. Alright. Well, I made a bunch of candles and don't know what to do with them, so they're going in storage for now, and I'll find a way to use them later on. Yellow and red. Mundane potions. Can I drink them? They are mundane. Technically speaking. The description says they should do nothing. And if that's the case, I suppose I got exactly what was written on the bottle. A Vulcan. We're gonna keep Vulcan. I really don't want the fishing rod with the curse of vanishing. Is there any reason you would want an item with curse on it? Does curse give you a benefit, like 4 enchantments or something? Can I put 4 enchantments on this and, like, one of them, the 5th would be curse of vanishing? Seems... I mean, I guess that would be a fair trade. Never allowed to die with it in your pockets. But you get an item with 4 enchantments on it instead of 3. That doesn't sound like unbalanced. Where am I going? What am I doing? Right. Spider eye and sugar. How do you ferment a spider eye and what does it do? This is probably where I need a cauldron. Because I don't know. This gives me another mundane potion, because the sugar gave me mundane potion. I feel like you can tell because it's slower. You can tell when it's mundane because it's slower, right? Oh. Sugar spider eye. Fermented spider eye or not. What I probably need to do is netherwort and then those things. Netherwort makes the awkward potion and then the reactive agent gives it the effect. I'm applying the effect before I even have the base potion. It makes more sense now. It just clicked. So sugar and spider eye are probably the effect. I'm gonna go get some netherwort. Are these mundane? I've never brewed either. I only know the water breathing potion purely because I was a fish. Because if I didn't make water breathing for 8 minutes, I suffocated in 15. Which wasn't a lot of time to go trading at a village. Or, you know, do anything really. Let's go get some more netherwort. I have 2 more pufferfish, but we don't need any more water breathing potions yet. Is there a single square in the middle if I do 2 tall? Oh, it's decorative at the moment. Potion stand. Oh, no blaze powder. That's fine. The squid backpack gave me extra time. But no, it didn't work. The squid backpack activated when you were in water and would last for X amount of time out of water. The effect was only applied when you were underwater swimming though. It had nothing to do with oxygen. It was a status effect that gave me water breathing, and the moment I left water, the status effect would stop being applied and would wear off in about 10 seconds. Because I was no longer in contact with water. But the extra time on the backpack was enough for me to make... Like, it was definitely worthwhile, and it helped me out a ton, because there are so many times where that initial 15 seconds was not enough. And the squid backpack basically gave me almost a minute on land. It was absolutely phenomenal for what it did, but it wasn't permanent. Essential for traveling though, because if I ever ran out of water, I genuinely did need that extra time on land. It would be a mad dash. Worst case, it would be a mad dash for about 30 seconds, and then I would have to turn around 180 and go back if I didn't see anything. But, I mean, 30 seconds mad dash is already, like, that's halfway there before I have to turn around, and that's twice as long as what I got by default. I'm so sad. Also, doubly sad, Trickster's Candle was on that server. I don't remember why we got a commemorative Trickster Candle each, but we did get a commemorative Trickster Candle each, and now it's gone. For some reason, we had a commemorative Trickster Candle. And for some reason, I treated it like the Holy Grail. The water bottles. I don't know why I'm making some more potions of water breathing, but that's what the recipe I've grabbed out into my pockets is here. So what I want to do is grab... I don't have faith in sugar being an actual active ingredient. I feel like powders are going to be catalysts that have an effect after the effect is applied. So let's go spider egg first. Netherwort, spider egg. Because I'm pretty sure awkward potion is how you get drinking. I forget what splash potion is made from as the base ingredient. But drinking potion, I'm pretty sure, is always netherwort. It is so much quicker. I'm not crazy, right? That's genuinely a way to tell. So we're gonna go awkward potion first. Sugar might be an effect, you think? I honestly don't think I'd been on the Minecraft, the medieval server. I'm pretty sure I haven't touched. Would have been since, what, February or so? Must have been since February. March, maybe. Like, I hadn't touched it in so long. And I do apologize, because I know I kept saying the next time I log on, I'll get your stuff back, and I just never logged on. It's a poison! A drinkable poison. If this were a splash potion, I'd almost be impressed with my trial and error technique. Oh, you know, that makes sense. You said gunpowder, and I think that... I think I remember that. Do I have space for it, though? I got too many of these. I can't stack them. The only one you can't brew, I'm pretty sure, is the Potion of Experience. I am fairly certain Potion of Experience is... I am messing with fire now. Let me go. Potion of Experience is, Brain? Brain? Earth to brain? A minute 40 of... Minute 30 of poison. How much damage would that be? Take half a heart for 90 seconds. 45 hearts worth of damage? gotta be guaranteed death, right? Oh! You can't die from poison! Can you? It gets you down to like half a heart and that's it, right? I think. I need like a like this is my personal storage chest. I need a dedicated potion chest. What I need? They need to be over here. Poisonous potato. That's the only one I have no idea how to actually get the effects out of. Alright, we're moving all of our potions over here to the top chest. Splash potion first, which would be gunpowder. So. Poison. I want to make explosive poison. But I need 3 more bottles. And expanding when I don't have enough space as it is isn't gonna cut it. So this is gonna be emptied. Hey. My personal chest will not be properly personal. My potions chest will be up here with all the wheat. I might just disenchant them. Right. Curse of Vanishing can go there too. Tools. Too many of everything. Maybe you become my tool chest, eh? Plan, deal, deal. An iron. Axe. Too many. Unbreaking, smite, and knockback. I must have purchased that. That's enough items, I think. Right. So now we're going to expand. Sugar for haste was a mod. Gunpowder is how you make splash. It's yummy for poison. I agree. However, you can't force someone to drink a potion with a dispenser. So we're gonna make some that explode and I can throw them at people. Actually, PvP's disabled. Obviously, I could probably still hit myself. With PvP disabled in the realm, does that mean that I can't hurt anyone? Let's assume accidentally. Oh, the recipe is different. The recipe is different. Oh, and also, we don't get the bottle back. Interesting. I need more sand. So a spider eye is not the same effect for both awkward and splash. Splash potions don't allow you to reuse the bottle. Interesting. So, I think what I'm gonna have to do is get started on my basement. And how are we gonna do that? How many spaces do we need at a half step? Half step, half step, half step. Oh! A brick? Yeah, brick. Okay. I had brick. Look at me. No, let me not. So half step, half step. We've got gravel. Which, hey, maybe above a certain height in the game world does mean coal and iron. I have to get rid of it all anyway. Down here, I'm gonna need a cauldron, a dripstone, I'll get the stone shovel out for the gravel, not waste anything with iron. We have infinity iron, but it's still a waste. It's just gravel. I know about Vintage Story. I forget how I found out about Vintage Story, but I know it. It's a visually similar to Minecraft game that has almost nothing mechanically similar to Minecraft game, right? To reiterate, it's not a mod. It's a standalone game that has a very similar visual style, but mechanically plays very different, I hear. And I know about it. I remember looking it up. I don't remember why I looked it up, because it wasn't on stream. But I remember looking it up. And I did talk about it on stream afterwards. I don't remember what I brought it up for. My memory is just Swiss cheese, don't mind me. But all that to say, Vintage Story is on my radar and I really wouldn't mind picking it up someday. It looks like Minecraft, except you die a lot and it's complicated and things seem way more survival based as opposed to adventure based. Oh, did it actually used to be a mod pack? It's definitely standalone now. Oh, bugger. Is that half-half? So would it be there? And that would be a half. That would be there. That would be there. Oh, that's assuming this is where it even stays. Give me your slabs. So, I can't go that way. We either have to go down steeper. I don't like steep stairs. I really like slab stairs. So I'm gonna be stubborn. We could do a spiral. See how we go with a spiral. How tall do we want the basement to be? Because this is already pretty low. Oh! That way. If we do a spiral, probably would make the whole thing out of brick down. Just to blend it in, because then that doesn't look like the ground, it would look like a wall. Genius! Only bird-brained ideas here on Bird Brain. And I have enough to do it. That actually stay a slab. And I don't know. Oh, we can. That stops you falling down the center. I was definitely talking about it with you, Shrub, or Blue. I don't remember either, but I swear I ran across it out of stream. If it was Blue I was talking. If it was Blue, that would make sense why it wasn't while I was streaming. Because I do genuinely just remember, like, Googling it randomly. Not that my memory is the most trustworthy, I know. I'm poking holes in it as we speak. Without even much effort. Right. The stone walls are the next one over. But I might close off the basement here. We have dirt? Do we have dirt? Let me not go use the good dirt. In fact, Grab some of the good dirt out. Do we have dirt? Could you believe I almost actually used good dirt on landfill? Gravel. I actually don't have a lot of gravel. I keep forgetting I leave it at Red's place. There. The bad dirt. Even if we do landfill this back up, we're switching it out. There shouldn't be anything this far down that gets me the surface level, I don't think. No, I was definitely looking to pick up Vintage Story. So that's the wool. Which means that one more. That is the wool here. And that's the wool here. Once we empty this spot out, we'll know how much space we have to work with. That's the 2 chests. Hang on. This here. Chests, bed, stone for some reason. Oh, I see why now. Never mind. Because there's 2 chests there, which we have to watch out for. Which means the wool is here. There's brick again. This should be the edge of the house. Right. There's some very real dirt. There is the dimensions of the house down here. So where have I put my... Lots of coal just below the surface apparently. That's it. All in the area. Well, check one layer lower. Nope. Welcome back. Did you jump in a cart before you went AFK? Thank you for the lark shrub. I'm gonna lurk for another hour, so got 2 back-to-back meetings. Good luck. Either good luck with the topic or good luck not falling asleep. finally making my basement at the moment, because I need to get myself a cauldron with infinity lava in there. Seems way more efficient than just having a single spot of lava that doesn't renew. That's possible? I didn't know you could put Enderman in the cart. Yeah, you'd suffocate around the corners, but I had no idea you could... Are they stuck in the cart? Can you attack them like that, or can they teleport out? Hey. Yeah. Probably gonna be not falling asleep for the first one and no idea about the second one. Good luck either way. So... I think what we're going to do is block this in. We're not going to have the same amount of width. The corners will probably all be blocked in anyway, won't they? We'll run with that for now. I'm off to the north. There's where Red got all the villagers from. It's not very far to the north. Yeah. I am trying to figure out how to layer my basement. It's not so bad if you just... I gave up. I think I just started using those engines because then they guarantee parrots only go one way. Even if they bounce back, they hit the engine and off they go from the right way again. Don't know. I would be... It is. It depends how they've coded it, because you can't use it like a furnace to smoke things anymore. So the shape of the room aside, I think I have the height. So the initial height is this, because that's 3 blocks too. So that seems like a fairly decent first layer of the basement. Staircase is another thing. Is what it is. Whereas the half blocks being on the side is not something I can avoid, is it? That means the off-ramp will be here. What's that from? Is that just the wall? This is the wall. Okay. So and that we can get away with dirt there. Still saving. That dirt there. The roof be. And I guess if that's the height of the roof, then that's the form. I don't know if that's needed. I may end up just barricading up the staircase here. Take the fishing rod out for now. Let's have a look at this then. Right, because of that here, apparently we actually do need that block there. And it's spacious enough. And here is where I have to actually a bit. So place some torches down. So that there, but that there. Same along here. Because of the slabs, the bridge. Alright. The thing I am trying to think. Dripstone will obviously go here. So there'll be a cauldron sat half in the ground with a dripstone 2 above it. That's fine. What I need to figure out is whether or not that means I can just ignore... You know what? I don't like this. Change my mind. We are having an old-fashioned torch stone pillar thing, which I think would be that, right? That's 1, 2. Okay. So that means you can't walk. And if the staircase were... Alright, and that's half a block up. So then that would also be impossible to walk on. Oh. I am happy with that center pillar. It's not super appealing, but it's also not gonna get me in trouble. Or... for this to work... It doesn't. I need a staircase on the other side. Which means flush against the wall. Pillar. It would be there, which leaves us with 2 spaces in between. I think we're not going to put it here. We're going to put it somewhere else. Alright. The next step I need to figure out. This is the roof. So anything that isn't... anything that isn't that low can be covered in with coarse dirt. I still have gravel on. That one's obviously gotta go. That one probably does too. Hey, it's that Pokemon Sparkle wanted. Dragonite. Dragonair and Dragonite. Who she mentioned. Okay, so. The reason we can do... reason we can do dirt because we don't see that layer. What we're probably going to end up doing is opposite corner, actually opposite corner. It'll probably end up being another stairwell. I'll get some more filler. Sure, all of that can be covered in. Yes, that's my personal supply that I have stolen from Red. I have also somehow managed to burn through almost all of the brick that I stole from Red. As I stole. There's still a lot more clay down there that I can get. Wasn't expecting to run out this soon. I am also randomly short by 1 brick for some reason. I genuinely don't know where it went. Just a single brick for some reason. I suppose it doesn't bother me, because 3 bricks makes a pot plant. Right. This layer is going to be a little taller. So, that one. There. But that's the roof here. It's a slab, right? So This story down here will probably end up being full blocks. How far down are we going? Slab. I like that. I can go. Dirt. Nope. That. Half a block taller. This time. Which chest is that? Oh! I keep forgetting I've left them in there. That makes way more sense why I ran out of bricks so quickly. It's because I've got them all over there. Hey, Tone. I'll be over there to pick up my bounty of bricks and cobble in a second. Ah, that'll be fine. I'll empty my inventory and be there. I would like to say soon, but I'm not very good at soon. So, second basement is way easier to mentally view. First layer was all wonky. That's the wall there. I'm making my basement at the moment. Need corner. I usually make bridges and paths out of it. Right. I actually am out of brick. It's time. Very short here. What to do with this floor? I may even wreck on the floor. He's still in Warframe at the moment. Right, so here's the retcon. Instead of a full block, we get a slab. That one. That one. I'm gonna change this here. Suppose that still has to go. That doesn't. Do I haven't got labels, but if you keep heading north away from Red's Mountain, you should reach mine. It's a tunnel. The tunnel is the way you want to go. Would you think it's better to keep the spiral or just come flat down here like this? The bridge from Red's house? Yes. And then there's a tunnel and another bridge. You end up using quite a few stacks of stone bricks to make those. And that's only 2 wide. If you want a cart, I'll probably make it 3 or 4 wide. Hello! The staircase isn't finished, so cool. Trying to figure out. Let's try this. I do. I'm gonna have proper storage down here, I think. Thank you. Candles almost give no lighting whatsoever. It is a little disappointing. I was kind of hoping they would at least act like a torch. That really end up the same again? Alright. This is what it is. No worries. Thank you for the delivery. I heard a creeper. Okay. That's okay. A hiss, followed by no explosion, and that deserves a thank you. Hmm. They are quite obnoxious. To turn the minecarts down specifically, they are counted as friendly creatures. I've got friendly creatures set to 20 and the minecarts are still obnoxiously loud though. It's a bit ridiculous. I turned down friendly mobs being turned down was one of the best things I ever did because it's villages, cows, sheep. It's all of the noisy crap. Yeah, red sheep are pretty bad too. Even at 20% volume, they are still so bad. Just spent an hour in a continuous mission not knowing you can just stop by getting to the extraction point. Oh, you did one of those. I've actually seen those. They look really fun. Also, I don't have brick. Oh, okay. I'm also collecting cobblestone apparently. There we go, that's better. Okay. Let's take in red. What did she say? Since February, I think she's been at that. Yeah. It'll definitely need, it's my mistake. It'll definitely need 2 charcoal. When it's done. Okay. That's the floor. That's the roof. Because if I have to place anything here, I need a cube there. Okay, hang on. So that's the best I can do. Which means these are not going to be full blocks, they're going to be half blocks again. Oh, Lord. Open world! That's what the thing you were doing was. It's like an open world where you just get to endlessly explore, I guess. I saw some people using it to grind objectives and stuff. So they would go out there and they'd have stuff like, oh, kill X amount of things in Y amount of time, or just flat kill X amount of things sometimes. See, here's the thing, I don't like that. That is a very intrusive design, right? That seems way more ergonomic. I want some chests there, so I've got some stuff cut into the floor there, but that's when I realized to place the chests, I need those slabs. Right. So I can do that. That works. So... that's now the top. So a torch can go there. That's too short. That means... that we can walk on, that we can't. The difficulty being is that the half slab higher doesn't work. Because it's an off slab, you can't place one there. You can only place it on the top half of a block. Because you can walk here, my hands are tied. Stuck. And without the center spiral being there, it's a little awkward to place a torch down there now. It really does. I had to do it. I'm on Moody. I do prefer Moody, but in the Nether, it's almost unbearable. Like the bottom? Yeah. Oh, the wraiths. I despise those things. No, it's gonna be something for later, I think. But once she turned the brightness stuff up, though, she was set. Like, that helped out a ton. But to me, her stream is already brighter than my game, so I wasn't really noticing much, I suppose. Yeah, like it really didn't help. Being at the absolute bottom of the mountain, I think was probably part of the problem. But once she turned the brightness up, like she was golden. That doesn't work. Yeah, I get that. Put my dirt. And they've been leaving too many of those around the place. Why is that brick? Hang on. Oh! I made the bottom floor one story. No, the bottom of my basement is narrower. I didn't dig it out all the way, apparently. Okay, no, that didn't solve anything, because that's not brick. Okay, good. That's what I want to see. Dirt in the corner. You know those, the pattern I've used for the windows in the tunnel? Oh, actually, hang on, no, because there's no pattern there. It's all stone brick, isn't it? I have a pattern I use for those torch windows. So, it's 4 tall technically, but it's 3 on the sides, 1 in the center at the top. And then you have the hollowed out bit where the torch goes. Because the torch goes flat on the ground and not on the wall, I really want to use that as a secret door somewhere and hide it. Because it would blend, like, you'd walk past 1,000 of those things if you ever use any of the tunnels I build. And I think it'd be really cool to just have one of them randomly open. I don't know how I'd do it, though. Stone brick? Tons. How much do you need? center. Or no, that would be center. That is centered though. Ow. Almost sunrise, so bring some over. Good lord, hello. I didn't realize you were on your way. Oh, thank you. Right. And somewhere else. I do have flint. Not enough, sadly. Interesting idea, actually. Flint. I left it in the chest. There it is. Good. I think I'm set to go. Do I need to bring slabs? Be fine, I've got a workbench on me. That one's for my composter. Yeah, it's enough stone as it is at this point. get around to doing this like I've been planning. Oh. There we go. God, my view distance is so trash. Ever since caves and cliffs. Ever since caves and cliffs. I used to have it on max. I genuinely used to be fine with like 24 chunk or higher. And now I can barely get 12 because of the caves and cliffs update rendering so much above and below. Very, very, very saddening, but it's what it is. If you do end up moving in, I'll definitely have to come have a peek and say hello. Oh my good lord, what's happened with all the lava buckets? Should be 18. Yeah, okay, it's 18. I just wasn't used to seeing it all clumped up like that. How much do we have at the moment? We've got buckets. What happened to the brick? Oop. The brick? Oh, that's the right. Okay. I thought you were talking about just before when you came over with all the stone. I'll have to go grab it out. So I came back over here to clean out all of my stuff I'd been leaving. Thank you. I want a lantern. A lantern. I'm almost out of potatoes again. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff she's got here that's super nice. Goes a bit beyond me. Right. It's everything sorted. I think I have to call it. I suddenly feel the weight of my eyes blinking. Could be three stacks of iron. Get some more emeralds before. Almost back to level 30. I suppose... No, it just clicked. An auto-sorting system would just use a hopper lock. Yeah, no, but I just took a little while to catch up. An auto-sorting system would be easy to do, because it's just going to be a hopper lock. It would take a... like, it would be expensive to do and take a lot of space, but... it wouldn't be too complicated. Alright. I am going to log out in Vampy's room, but I think that's where I gotta close it for the day. I'll have to get my new clothes some other time. I'll catch you later. Who are we gonna go say hello to? I gotta head off for several reasons, because A, this chair is painfully uncomfortable at this point in the day. B, it's been 13 hours. Oopsie daisy. C, I am tired. I mean, I've been exhausted for so long, but that's half the reason I love Minecraft, is because I can be mentally drained, physically exhausted, absolutely struggling to form sentences. And Minecraft, I'm still fine. I just keep popping along, doing my thing. We made 2 layers of a basement, and I don't know what I'm going to do in them, and I'm going to have to figure out how to get more... My brick is at my house. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have had to... I could have finished it tonight, but I'm going to call it a penny. I'm gonna happily go to bed. And we are gonna go find someone to bring it out to. It is way too late. This is meant to be just a quick chill stream to say hello. I'm not dead. I do plan on streaming again. That was what it was meant to be, but it's ended up going a little out of hand here. Jonathan Raymaker is playing Valheim, Slowheim Part 25, Finding Yak, the Unfindable. Dark Raiden is playing Valheim, Body Recovery in the Mountains. Vidici is playing Dead by Daylight. With Ninja Fire, by the looks of it. Tidbits is playing The Story for Warframe in a Rhino. with a rhino frame by the title. Acryops is playing new out. Delta! Hello! Perhaps I should... Hang on. That's a bit more of a clue in as to what's happening. We're finding someone to say hello to. Alright. Here's a complete random suggestion. A Disco Heat is playing Redfall. For 61 viewers. Dark Raiden streaming Valheim to 40. eBacon1 Sea of Thieves to 20. Jonathan Remaker Valheim to 14, doing slow high. Honestly, I will be lurking on Tidbits, so let's do some shoutouts if you do want to go see some lovely people. I will be lurking Tidbits stream. I typoed it with an S. I'm gonna have to add the S typo to my list of variants that I need to put in here. Pedici, I'll probably be leaving a lurk for as well. Pedici 13 is playing Dead by Daylight with Ninja Fire at the moment. Dark Raiden is an absolutely lovely, lovely, lovely lady. She streams a lot of variety games, but Valheim is her bread and butter. Elder Scrolls Online has been her life for the past 8 years, and she's switching over to more varied content over the next few. Will be varied. I'm tapping out because it's too late. I've gone past what I should have been doing. 919 minutes. I am being told that Minecraft has been open for 919 minutes. I'm going to quickly open my calculator and we are going to just find out how many that is. Quick. I do apologize, Raiden. I know I would love to come and say hi. I will come and personally say hi. Hence the shout out, because I shout out everyone I lurk after stream. But I have a very odd bias for less viewers. Odd bias? I don't know if it's odd, but I do have a bias towards people with less viewers, that much I will never deny. But very quickly, 920 minutes divided by 60 minutes in an hour. I have been streaming for 15 hours. No, I've been playing Minecraft for 15 hours and 20 minutes exactly. It's bedtime for Bird. But no, I think we're gonna go say hi to Jonathan today. It was Jonathan or Tidbits. If Tone was, if Tone did stream, I think I've thoroughly stayed up past my bedtime to see that one. But I'm gonna go say hi to Jonathan. How do I raid? Like that? Didn't stream today. Didn't miss one then. If you would like to take some global emotes, we have some global emotes. If you have the fancy animated ones unlocked, you can use some of those and take them with you. Or, for 100 channel points, you can unlock any of my standard emotes and bring them with you for the next 24 hours. That gorgeous face is among them. And instead of the animated one, I definitely recommend Stinky Glitch. Personal favourite of global emotes. But you can make whatever you want. You could call me Stinky. You could call me Smelly. You could say I stayed up too late and I'm being terribly, terribly, terribly... What do you call it when someone's not looking after themselves? You can call me names if you want. I'm gonna take the Flappy Bird, as I have not raided out in like 3 months. But thank you everyone who's come in and stuck with me. Thank you everyone who's come in to say hi. I'm doing well. For anyone who hasn't heard the speech before, I am doing well. And I hope to be back into the swing of things a bit more. I'm kind of I'm being irresponsible. That's what you call it. You call it irresponsible. But it's bedtime. It's time to be sponsible. So we're gonna go say hi to Jonathan. Hopefully, I'll see everyone in a day or two.